Okay, here we go. It's time for me to resume the playthrough. Getting through the game bit by bit. I decided to... I didn't feel like streaming in the morning, so I'm doing it at night now. For now, at least. This time. Okay, let's see. Now, what I was going to do is decide my party based on who's lowest level. I guess it's these three? I think Canelo has access to curing magic. For some reason. So I guess first of all I'm gonna check to make sure she does. And let's see. Yeah. The second board license. What? Second board license. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can't access two. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. What I am going to do is figure out what I want the characters to actually do, have their roles be whatever, and just sort of do all the do all the random updating of character behavior and whatnot. Because I have not done that since the start of this. What's that? Oh, that allows them to do that? Okay, well. I guess it's a cheap thing to get. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. I guess I'll make... I don't have a white mage yet, but I think I'll hold off on that. A spear. A monk. She already uses magic. I think magic was her... well, let's see, what is she now? She has no weapon proficiency, really. Nothing really jumps out at me. Well, I guess I'll make her that. That's kind of what I was thinking of making her anyway, but may as well just do that. Yeah. Okay, so you can dual decide their particular thing. Oh, okay. That's how they do it. Okay. I don't know what these isolated islands are. I would have thought that it just, yeah, okay. Increased duration of status effects. That seems like a pretty obvious one to do. Gain MP after defeating a foe. Seems like a good idea. Okay. Well, I believe that I will be just sort of figuring this out. And until the time I would actually start going through the game again, I'm going to, I guess, talk about whatever the plot was so far. And as far as I understand it, the plot is that this kingdom has, or there are two large empires that fight each other a lot, I suppose. And what they're doing in particular, fighting each other, is there's various kingdoms or free city-states that existed that are along the borders of the two empires. And they sort of crush these smaller city-states between them as they're fighting each other. And one thing that exists between these two empires is there are magical stones that the empires have access to that one of them had them at first. Like, I think they have one of them, and they invaded the kingdom that these characters are from. And that particular kingdom had one of these magic stones that has the power of a nuke in it for some reason. I forgot to buy any equipment upgrades. That's okay. Anyway, the magic nukes, the Empire, I guess, is at least somebody in the Empire is looking for it. They think that the particular kingdom these characters are from. Oh. Doubles license points. Yeah, she's gonna need all the hit points she can get. So the magic nukes, or let's see, there's two kingdoms. The kingdoms are at war with each other, or two empires. The empires are at war with each other, and the this particular kingdom had one of these stones that has a super powerful property to them, or has a I'm trying to think of what it is. It's hard to like talk about that and also focus on what I want these decisions to be. Maybe I should just focus on that for now before I try doing a plot recap. I think I'll do that. I'll just talk about what I'm thinking of in terms of how I'm equipping everything. Let's see. But yeah, I'm just going to do that rather than try to recap what the basic plot is. Although I was going to just give a basic sort of, really basic sort of summary of what the plot is. I wonder what the difference is between weak and vulnerable. Susceptible to lightning. Oh, okay. Weak against lightning. I guess I'll do that. If they're weak against lightning... I guess I'll do that. I don't even know what... Let's see, what spells does she actually have access to? Oh, she can cast poison, I guess. Maybe I'll make her cast poison if an enemy has full hit points. That seems like a good opening thing. Let's see. Yeah. I bought that particular one for that reason. Okay, let's see. It seems like this takes a lot of time, but I think this is the sort of thing that once you have it all sorted, you don't need to necessarily worry about it too much. I also have access to fire, I guess. So, a foe. Do I want to make her do regular attacks too, maybe? Yeah. I'll have her cast fire at flying. I'm sure there's like some optimization that I could decide on that is a lot better than this, but I think for now I'll just leave it at that. Actually, I know that there's some optimization that's better, but oops, I spent all my points on making her magic more powerful and not actually making her more survivable, giving her more hit points. But that's a problem that we'll fix over time as I get more license points and more levels. Okay, let's give this guy here we go. Give him a second board. Which one should I give him? This guy doesn't have a lord, so this seems like thematically inappropriate to give him this class. Actually, none of these characters really have this. Actually, that would fit for the knight that was imprisoned, that has the evil twin. That would make sense. Ulan. I think I want to mostly just, well, I will of course eventually be, you know, probably optimizing this with whatever class winds up being better for this. Yeah, maybe I'll make him a monk. There's probably like some combination of classes that work well together. But I'll only figure that out, what works well together, after I've been doing this a while. You know, probably late in the game. Let's see, more slots. Actually, does Machinist and Monk use... Does Machinist and Monk actually use magic? I don't know if they get magic. So I'll just make him better at physical attack damage. Well, he's not going to be fighting empty-handed, he's going to be fighting with a gun. Oaken Pole. Yeah, more hit points. I'm just buying up all the stuff that's in this other class. All of that is just... I guess I spent most in the monk class, so now it's time to switch. Gain MP after taking damage. Increase magic potency. Oh, that's interesting. Some of the names of these things are on both boards. So that means when I bought Battle Lore on the other one, it opened the one up on this thing. Okay, that's a potentially interesting thing. That means when I buy things that are on the other board in a more accessible location, it makes it possible to appear on this board as well. So theoretically I could buy something on the other board that gets me all the way over here. I wonder if they put work into it where you have to spend an equivalent points to reach every part of the board on both of them. That seems like an obviously good thing to get, no matter where I am. I don't really see anything that's super obvious that I want. I guess that. Yeah. I almost certainly will be refunding some of this stuff at one point. And then I'll just spend the 30 on this. Hooray! Yeah, I don't think I need to make anything different for him. Yep, I think I'm just gonna keep his thing the same. Okay. And now, Van. Oh, I can't actually buy that because eventually I'll be getting all the Gambit slots. Yeah. What should I make him? I'm gonna make him a new class. Use a spear. Let's see. Well, right now I only have Pinello that can cast Cure. So maybe I should do that. He is, I think, slightly faster, so I think probably I do want to... I'll have him be a secondary healer. He's a white mage Shikari. Whatever a Shikari is. Okay. As a Shikari, or as a white mage, I'm mostly just interested in giving him the ability to cast heal. Well, that too. Oh, there it goes. I guess I may as well just grab anything that he can cast anyway. Protect and shell. Ooh, reduce magic cost. It's cheap, so I'll get that. Yeah, that's so plus 70 hit points gets me all the way over here. There's so many of these increased magic potency things. I think I mostly want to give him a few cares and... Oh, wait a minute. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if some of these are just things that are... I wonder what the point is of putting it in these little islands up there. Off to the side. There must be a reason for that. Like, I assumed that it was like the... I assumed that it was like the... It was like blocked off behind one of these unique ones. Or something, but I guess not. Like, I thought when I got a summon it was going to make the summon tile appear next to one of these, and then that's how you bridge over to it. And that somebody would only be able to do that for one at a time, but I guess not? It feels kind of weird to me, but I guess I'm not really... I guess I'm not going to really study it or anything. Gain MP. Oh. Yeah. Make him faster. I think he's already my fastest character, but that'll just help a little more. What's on this other one? Increase physical attack damage. Well. I guess I'll just grab one of those. Okay. Ooh. I would not have thought that a white mage would get the decoy skill. But I guess the classifications are a little bit, the classifications don't really matter that much. An attack automatically counter. Yeah, I think I'll keep that on him. That's still the best dagger I've got. No, somebody must. I think I unlocked. I know I must. Oh, okay, I unlocked that one. But the people that can wear it are already equipped. There we go. This will be my most survivable character, I think. Hey, both you're just about caught up on hit points. That's good. No. Not sure whether I want to make him start casting Protect on everybody or not. Ally 2 plus foes present. Actually, I should look at what the actual stuff is. Okay. Blind, Vox, Protect, Poison. Okay, I guess I'll just make it so that he'll cure basic status conditions. I've already got blind cured by somebody else. And we'll just hope that he's not hit by silence, so that I can just let the autopilot do its thing. Ah. Actually, lowest hit points? Nah. Okay, so this will be my main healer, or my main, let's see. I have blind, poison, and silence. So I don't need this. He only needs to do that, I guess. And I'll also make him do anybody who's down, revive them. Where is it? Okay. Always feels like this takes a while, but I think that's something that is just the nature of this game. Instead of spending most of my turns going into combat and attempting to, you know, make decisions in combat every time. Well, I mean, I guess you don't really make decisions in combat most of the time in turn-based RPGs. Usually what you end up doing is you prioritize attack most of the time, I think. Yeah. Okay. Sure, I'll help him. Sure, I'll help that guy do his research. I think I remember this. Because there's like sandstorms in that area, and I vaguely remember that. This is one of those quests that you can just get by talking to random people, but it's not tracked anywhere, like in logs or anything. Yeah. He just doesn't like the banga for some reason. Oh, okay. He wants me to go to Lowtown. Well, I guess I'll do that. Why not? No, not that way. It's one of those weird run-around missions where you just go talk to people that tell you to talk to other people. Okay. I thought I missed an entrance to the sewer area. Although I think I need to go north further, so I guess I'll go to the end of this area. Because I think there's an entrance up here. No, it's not that. But yeah. Anyway, as I was trying to say while I was also making decisions in the in how I was going to have my characters engage in combat, the story so far is that there's two empires at war with each other, fighting, and not that guy. And one of them invaded the kingdom that all these characters are from. And the characters that are doing that, and the characters that are living in this kingdom want their city to be free. And through various activities, they've discovered that that there's these magic rocks that have the power of nuke. And they are going to, you know, the empire that invaded has two of the magic rocks that have the power of a nuke, and my party has the third. Oh, there we go. Okay. He wants me to look for a object. At a dead end in... Okay, I was going to the Wester Sand anyway. It's under a cactus. That's nice. Under a cactus in a dead end. Hopefully I will remember that. And not have to come back here to talk to him again. But anyway, so I have a super weapon that the party has a super weapon that I don't know how to use. And the part of the plot that I'm engaged in now, or going to engage in as soon as I finish up the couple of side quests that I'm deciding to do, is something along the lines of trying to get the more information on the super nuke that I have, so that I can make a more Nah, I don't think I'll equip him with that. I just remembered I forgot to do that. But yeah, the part of the plot I'm on now is that there's super nuke. I'm eventually going to try to get more information on it so I can figure out how to use it. Because when the Empire tried to figure out how to use it, they accidentally blew up their entire fleet. Although it's not exactly clear to me that the reason why the fleet blew up is because of the magic stone. Because the fleet did fly into the region that the characters also said airships couldn't fly into. So it could be for that reason. But either way, the Empire is shown to be pretty incompetent. Like, not everyone in... I think it's implied that not everyone in the Empire knows how to actually... or knows that the magic stones have great phenomenal power. Although there are people studying them in the Empire. So some of them do. And also they're so eager to learn about the magic stones that they're willing to send their fleet into the no-fly zone so they can, I guess, oh, get a nice little thing because I've never been here before. Woo! But yeah, they were so eager to get it after making a deal that my party should betray the leadership that yeah. I guess the poison thing isn't working too well for her. But they were so eager to get the stone, even though they would have gotten it at some point, that they just flew their entire fleet into the region that is not good to fly in. And they were so eager to research the stone that they immediately started plugging it into stuff. I think I'll just get rid of that. I don't think it's important that she poison random enemies that are gonna die in 2 hits anyway. Especially when she uses the turn to do that. But, yeah. So they plugged the magic stone into their research facility, and it caused it to activate and blow up their entire fleet. It's a good thing they're also incompetent at holding prisoners, because I was also a prisoner at the time. But, you know, the Empire is the sort of empire that, you know, I guess you can just walk away from the guards, and the guards won't notice. And you could just sort of casually walk away from. They're like the equivalent of like a sheriff's office in a movie or a show where they don't actually have a lock on their jails. So they corral the person into the jail cell, and then you know, the person can just walk out as soon as the guard turns their back. But you know, nothing necessarily wrong with that kind of behavior, or that kind of setup. But it does make the Empire a little curious how they're actually able to function, if that's their general ability to deal with prisoners. So I guess the player party is more or less kind of like a low priority prisoners. Because I mean, the context was we had one of those magic stones that's got nuclear, it's got like super destructive potential. And the deal is that we give it to the Empire's people, and then they give the characters their kingdom back. For some reason, in order for that deal to be reached, the Queen's loyal servant needed to betray the Queen in order for that deal to be reached. Like, she, I guess, wasn't informed that that's what his deal was for some reason. I mean, I guess if you have like a nuclear weapon or whatever, and you have a deal to give it up in exchange for getting control of your small nation back, it kind of means you don't really have a means to defend yourself at that point. So it kind of makes sense that, you know, that would not be something that the leader, the dictator of the nation, or the ruler would want to agree to necessarily. But still, the people could have just taken it from the player party. I mean, the people that were talking about this deal could have just, you know, stolen the magic stone from them and gave them nothing in return. So I don't know. It seemed like it was kind of seemed like a pretty good deal for what it was. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, so yeah, that's kind of what the plot is right now. There's a place that they told me to go so that I could get more information about the magic stone and how to use it. Because apparently nobody knows how to use it, they just know that it's super destructive if you do the right things with it. Dive Talon. I think that's probably a higher level enemy, so that's why it's not attacking me. Okay. I think the other way goes to the Easter Sand. Those have very complicated straps on their wings for not having hands. Okay. I actually don't know where this weather vane is that they described. I wasn't worrying about it too much because, oh, I guess this whole area isn't revealed. I could have sworn I saw this screen. Oh, I know where I saw that screen earlier. I think when they tell you where to go to find the creatures to hunt, I think they show you the area as if it's completely mapped. Because I guess the characters that tell you where creatures are have a map. But since I don't have a map of this area, I can't see it myself. I guess that makes sense, right? Because if you were to point out where to go to find a critter to kill that's wandering around, you'd probably be able to point it out on a map, but you wouldn't necessarily give that map to someone else. You know? Like if you wanted to show somebody where a place is, you might show them your cell phone or something, but you wouldn't actually give them your cell phone. You know, bring up a map, but not actually give it. These people are just running out into the wilderness and hoping they find out a map in the middle of the desert. Or just wandering around randomly till they've just discovered all of it. All there is to see. I think that spiky horse is a thing I also don't want to go near. But yeah, I'll just let these guys level up some and get some loot. And then after I complete these two missions, I'm going to head off towards the next goal of the area. What? Oh, I guess that isn't as threatening an enemy as I thought it was. A really weird looking critter. So many of these creatures look like they shouldn't actually be creatures that are just out in the wild. I mean, that one maybe is okay because it sort of looks like it should be a bone plate, but its head ornamentation still looks like it's fur. But the way it's, looks, it looks like it shouldn't be fur. Like it looks out of place. Some of these creatures have nice designs, but a lot of them are just like, what is that even I'm looking at? Like that unicorn horse thing. Like if you looked at that, like, you'd think that was a modified horse of some kind. Like, looking at it from a distance doesn't look too bad, but if you look at it up close, it's like... It's got these tags down its barding, and it's like a complete... Like, what is that? And its hooves are metal? Okay, well... Probably should have tried to remember at all where the critter was around here that I'm looking for. But I'll figure it out eventually. Okay. It's just time to run around and randomly explore and collect loot and experience for the time being. Oh, it's like a checkpoint area. Oh, okay. Oh, hey. It's that place where my airship was. It's not there anymore, though. I don't think they ever explained where the airship went. I guess I'll see if there's any... Oh, right. I can't actually buy anything because I'd need to sell my loot. I guess I'll do that. I don't have much right now, but I didn't really put much thought into getting better loot for the specific characters I was going to use anyway, so yeah. I remember reading all the flavor text for all the various items you get. It's kind of neat that the game has those things, but not much use to me right now. Let's see. I'm most worried about Penelo because of her Well, I guess I'll buy that. I was gonna say I was most worried about Penelo because of her lack of having good hit points or armor or whatever, but raises strength when hit points are critical. Raises magic power when HP is critical. Huh. I guess I'll put this. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that's good. I don't think there's any enemies that use disable and immobilize, but as long as I have one in my inventory, I won't need to worry about it. Same with Rose Corsage. Also seems like it's pretty good. And I guess I'll do that. Eventually the one-time purchasables I'll have bought all of them. And he's telling me elementals exist and are dangerous. Okay. I have no idea where the airship the pirate has access to is. I think it might be... I believe that we were informed there was a time skip, though, with what the event of the story was and what happened when we picked things up. So I guess in the time spent between the last cutscene and the beginning of the characters starting to run around again, the last few days, he must have gone out here to pick up his airship and then return to the town and put the airship somewhere else. I do remember that there are other places that you park the airship in, but like I remember walking by other little areas that you see the anchor and the partly invisible rope. But I don't really remember where they are. Okay, well, eventually I'll stumble across the thing I'm looking for. I guess it's good I'm randomly running around and collecting stuff, because when I actually find the thing that I'm hunting, or trying to hunt, I'll probably be, it'll probably be a tough fight. $373 hit points. Well, at least she's being pretty consistently cured up to maximum. Wait, is this back the way I came? Okay, it is back the way I came. There's only 2 exits from this area of the map, it looks like, I guess. Oh well. But yeah. These characters are just looking for a random dog to go beat up. A dog type thing. I guess that enemy type is called a wolf. But who puts the puts the shibari on those owls? I think that's what that weird rope bondage thing is. Somebody must do it, because the owls certainly aren't going to be doing it, and I don't think these dogs can either. Unless they just naturally grow like that somehow. Which, you know, I mean, in this sort of, in a fantasy world, you could have literally anything be true, so that doesn't necessarily discount crazy stuff like that from being natural. It's just that, you know, if it was natural, I would expect it to look a little different in design. Never quite looks right. Because those do definitely look like buckles on its, This is a game from the PlayStation 2 era, so even though those don't have individual polygons separate from the shape of the wings, if it was remade now, they definitely have those things more visibly bulge out from the shape of the wing. If it was modeled again today. Because I think, even though this is a re-release, I think they just upscaled the textures or something. Some of the textures look a little fuzzy in kind of a way I don't know how to describe. I don't think they updated the character models to be, you know, have more polygons and stuff. Because I think that's what most, I think that's what a lot of HD releases do. They just upscale the output resolution of the display and increase the resolution of some of the textures and stuff. So a lot of the limitations of the models that it uses are still what they were originally. It's kind of strange that, you know, the game being as old as it is, I don't think it looks bad at all. Okay. Well, I think maybe this is the dead end over here that the guy was talking about. Maybe. He just told me about a weather vane. He didn't even like tell me why. It's just something to do with the weather vane helps you navigate in sandstorms. I vaguely remember there being a boss fight in a sandstorm, but I think that... Oh, there it is. Oh, I guess it must be yet another one. Okay. Well, at least I think I have the correct type of land feature. It's just this is the wrong dead end for that. This is a cactus too. I guess it's not the right type of cactus. It's not large enough. I guess Dynas cactoid is... Oh, okay. I got a wind globe? Didn't he say it was a what, wind vane? He said it was a wind vane. Okay. That sounds like a really fancy thing to be in here. And I don't know if the guy said to return to him. I'm gonna see if I can find that dog before I go back. I know I don't want to go in here because that's like an entrance to a higher level area. That cave has there's like a few enemies at the entrance that are probably leveled appropriately for me to defeat. But that just like gives you false confidence because you go just a little bit further in than just the first room, and the area, the basic enemies will start beating you pretty badly. Because you fight a few little oozes and bats, and then once you get past the first room, you fight another bat that just completely one-shots everybody and chases you. I only know that because I remember doing it. Like, hey, look, I can sequence break. You're not supposed to go here, but I can go here. And then I went there and, you know, everybody gets smashed. I think I remember all of my party falling, and then I have to load new people up just so that I can try to run away. That's kind of what you do in the early game of this. Is you enjoy the fact that you can go anywhere, but then when you go to certain places, you find out pretty quick that all of the enemies will annihilate you. I suppose that's what open world RPG mechanics usually are. Where unless they hard get you so you can't go so that you can't actually go anywhere, you end up running around for a bit and then bumping into the thing that will keep you from exploring more in a certain direction. Which, you know, isn't really much different than restricting you to begin with, but there's always the chance that somebody might power level to the point where they can actually go anywhere. 'Cause I remember ages ago, for ages ago, I used to be the type of person that would load up one of these games and power level my way so that I could win a fight that was unwinnable, just to see what would happen. And, you know, most of the time nothing happens. Like, the only time I can think of is Final Fantasy VII. Only time that comes to mind, at least. Final Fantasy VII, there's a giant worm that you fight in a desert. And you're supposed to just run past the giant worm in the desert and not actually fight it. Because if you tried to fight it, it completely defeats you. Yeah, look, it's a sandstorm. And it won't let me pull up my map. No, I guess it does. But, if you fight that worm, there's like a story thing where they want you to get a kokobo to, or they want you to get a bird to ride so you can go through the desert and outrun the worm so you don't fight it. But like if you are high enough level, you can just fight it without having to do the side quest thing. But if you do all that, there's nothing special that happens. It doesn't do like any interesting sequence break or whatever. You just end up not doing it. Not, you know, having to get a bird to bypass that area. Which, you know, doing that kind of sequence breaking is interesting, I guess, but it doesn't really mean much. I guess nowadays if you did that kind of thing, you'd probably get an achievement for it. Most games have achievement systems now which reward that kind of obsessive play. But back then it was just like you did it just because you liked doing things like that. I guess back then, if you're a kid, you have lots of free time, so you can do whatever. You can do whatever weird thing you want. And, you know, not so much in that time. Maybe in that time there were still things like that you couldn't find out answers of if anything happens if you did it. But you know, at some point you'd never know things like that until somebody you knew actually tried it. But you know, with the internet now, you don't have to worry about that kind of thing as much. Okay. Earth strings. You know, apart from the weird wing things, that actually looks like it'd be a neat monster design. Like a creature design thing. There's just that little extra bit of it that makes it look a little out of place. No, that's not what I meant to do. I want to look at the map. Where would that be? I guess there's only one area that I haven't actually looked in. Well, I guess that one part of the map I didn't completely do, and I'm pretty sure that other thing only goes to the eastern desert. So I think I'm going to the right place. I just need to explore the bottom right part of this mini-map. And if I can't if I go here and the critter doesn't appear, then maybe I'll just head back to town. Go talk to that guy in the bar again to see what his where he explains where this thing is. And it could be that my aimless wandering around here is what I need to do to beat it anyway. Well, I can't dig in the dirt around this thing because I already found the other thing. Have I really looked everywhere? It kind of looks like I have. Okay. I guess I need to go talk to that guy again. Oh wait. Actually. Galtea Downs and the Dalmasco. Is one of these things called the Galtea Downs? Oh, one of them is. Oh, okay. I guess that's helpful. It actually has a name for that particular sub-area of the map, the region map. So he's on this screen somewhere. I guess he's in the very last spot he could have been. Oh, there he is. I'll do that. Why not? Immune? Oh, that sucks. Whoops. And I turned it on just to try that. And he doesn't have anything to steal. I guess that, I guess him not having anything to steal puts to rest the idea that he's, there's unique steals locked behind, that certain boss fights have. I mean, he's not really a boss. He's just sort of like a mini diversion side quest thing. Well, I found half of the wind vein, which is a globe. I was expecting that that fight would have been closer to the middle of the area. I guess it's still an early one, so they still want to make it really easy to find, but still I was expecting it to be more than just right outside the city. Though I guess I didn't really stumble upon it quickly or anything. It's so easy to forget things like that sometimes, that sometimes the early game wants to make it as simple for you as possible. Just that you have some completion that's almost guaranteed. Okay, what's this guy say? A wind globe? Oh, okay. Okay, they decided to come out and just help him out. No, that guy needs to leave, because I wasn't quick enough. And now I have that thing. Okay. I remember that being a thing, but I don't remember how you navigate. Well, I mean, I do remember navigating and fighting a boss at the end, but I don't know if that's something I do now or if it's something that you do later. Well, it's a key item. The only thing you can do with key items is sort them. You can't, like, use them in any way. Apart from the clan primer, which is just the thing that is its own menu item. I guess the sandstorm's over. Well, I don't know what to do with the wind vein. I can't remember. I'll probably stumble across it randomly later on. Let's see what's this guy say? Yeah. If I'm thinking of it correctly, I think when you use the wind vein, you fight an elemental at the end of it, and it's like a mini boss or a boss type encounter. Which I'm not equipped to do that sort of thing currently. So I will pass on that for now. But what I will do is go back here and complete the hunt quest. Because that seems like something that people trying to restore the kingdom would naturally want to be doing, right? I killed a dog out in the desert. How does he know that? I guess I, like, kept a scalp or something. Or I took his fur, maybe, gave it to him. That's how you make sure that you can, got a head guard. Oh, he wants me to go to the bazaar? Okay. I think I spent all my money. I guess I could always sell more stuff. I'll just talk to this guy. I was trying to think of what way to navigate to actually get there, and nope. Could not remember. And that's much easier anyway, so. That guy's just called Trader. Where's Gatsley? That guy kind of looks like Gatsley, but I guess not. There he is. Okay. So that's what that is. Forgotten Grimoire. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay, well. I'll go ahead and save it, and then head south to actually do the story mission elements. What do you say? Yep, don't really care about talking to the Imperial Guard. I don't even know if we're still supposed to be fugitives. I mean, I guess we are. But, seems to me that the Empire, because that guy ended up getting an entire fleet of airships blown up, the Empire sort of has problems of their own that have nothing to do with me. So I think we're strictly, the player party is strictly low priority for them. Because even though they kind of know that there's 3 magic nukes and they only have 2 of them and the third one is, you know, within our grasp, I think the people who actually know about those are kind of limited to just some people in the leadership and the researchers who are interested in the magic nukes. Okay, these enemies are actually tougher, so maybe I'll turn that back on. And actually, maybe I'll just turn this to any foe instead of strictly ones that are weak. Maybe that's better. I just didn't want to be constantly running out of magic when the enemies that I'm fighting are super weak. But yeah, it looks like having the damage upgrade on these enemies are actually kind of important. Okay. Well, that desert area that you see early in the game. Eventually I'll be getting down. Now I'm actually going to the area where the plot's going to resume. I like the look of those hyenas. Their headgear looks more like plates. This is where the little village with the kids usually is. Yeah, they're all gone. Like the one guy said. They still have their pen. Oh, I got regen. That's kind of neat. Regen is one of the best status effects. At least I think it was. How would you ever forget that? Oh, I forgot this is a ghost town when it's raining. They really don't like the rain. I guess these people haven't invented like umbrella technology or raincoat. Yeah, creatures there are murder or tough. But yeah, that's the place that my characters are going to be going. I'm going to see if I can get the regen. Actually, I'm going to get that, because that gives my lure gives my ability to survive, or it gives me much greater ability to survive. Yeah, just buy something random. Well, having lure is good. Okay, that's obviously something I want. Yeah, I'll buy more guns. I'm gonna be getting the gun stuff anyway, so... Why would I care about magic potency? I probably ended up picking the only two classes for this guy that actually don't improve his, that don't give him any spell casting. I guess I'll get that, because I'm gonna get more hit points beyond it. Okay, well, at least I can actually... I don't care about that. I care about what is their defense. I guess Balthier is all around better on defense. So maybe I'll make him the target. I probably should have. I'll do that, and then I can get rid of Poison Cure. There. Now he's going to be protected and decoyed. Make decoy the priority. And I guess I don't really have any... What other thing does she have? Okay, I guess she doesn't have any other things. I'm not going to make her behavior any more complex. But yeah. That'll make me a little more survivable. Wait. I picked the wrong person. That's why he didn't cast Protect on him. Oh well. Yeah, frog with a horn. It's gonna make me a lot more efficient. Because now the person that takes the least amount of damage is going to be the one that more consistently is attacked. Which, that helps most of the time, but there's some times where it doesn't help so much. Like now, for the lure ability got wore off. I guess lure doesn't last that long. She fell and then immediately got revived. I really need to give Pinello more hit points as a thing. But oh well. Imagine being nomads and leaving every time it rains. I think the idea is that this is supposed to be like flood level of rains. Which I guess if you were a nomadic tribe, then if you lived in an area that could flood like this, then I guess it does make sense that you'd have people leave that quickly and that often. But it still seems a little bit, I don't know. I would think that in order to really sell the idea, you'd have to have the place have more of a drastic change than what you're showing here. You have to create like large regions that are just completely impassable. Oh wow, that's that weird fuzzy crocodile with a that thing's super tough. I'm gonna run out of Phoenix Downs pretty quick here. I'm gonna go over there to get that stuff. Okay. Place does look pretty different. And for Bacchus's wine, I think that's the thing that cures Berserk. You know, you go fanatically crazy, and in order to calm down, you just have some wine. I could see that. I could see that being just a relaxing thing that you do. Have a drink to settle down a bit. I don't know if that's the best I don't know if that's the best thing to name something like that, though, in a game. You know, implying that if you're angry, then the best thing for you to do is to just drink some alcohol. Kind of a bad thing from a media analysis kind of perspective, but in the game world, like, yeah, I can see that. It's magic wine of just relaxing, because, you know, Bacchus is a god of, you know, wine and relaxation, I think, in the Greek mythology. Like the god of the vineyards. I don't really know much about mythology. But I think he's supposed to be associated with having a good time and relaxing. But you know, in the real world, if your answer to being angry is drink alcohol, that's not the best association. In fact, that's like just about the worst association you could make. Okay, I think I want to go... I'm trying to recall where to go, just... I know there's a place here where you have to do like a weird mini-map thing. Okay, I don't think I have to do anything special to go south. I do remember there being a thing where you have to go around and look at trees in order to make a bridge get built so you can go to a specific spot. But I don't think that's the kind of thing you have to do at this point of the game. I think that's like a mini quest side, or a side quest mini challenge that you do at some point. I'm gonna run out of... I'm gonna run out of Phoenix Downs at some point pretty soon, it seems. Yeah, they're running out of... they're running out of magic. I guess my tactic of lure and defense is not working too well. Maybe I'll turn off the protect. And since Pinello is mostly maybe I'll do that. So hopefully I won't run out of as much magic. It's a nice looking giant frog with weird horns. I guess it's looks more like a toad than a frog. But like it looks okay from this angle, but from this other one it looks that weird back part. Like why does it need the weird flourish on the back that looks like a fish skeleton? Seems out of place to put that there. I mean, it's not terrible, but you know. That's just one of those things that makes me feel like the series is creative visually, but like over-designed. This is one of the best looking models, I think, because I mean the horn thing looks a little weird, but it's not like completely out of place looking. Because some of them they look like that, and then they have like one feature that looks like it doesn't belong there. Like, you know, one leg would be like bright pink or something, and it's only one leg. I could see that being on one of these designs. Ichthon. Well, I think I'll leave the flying fish alone. I don't think it applies to those ones maybe, but you know. For the time being at least, I'm going to assume that enemies that I come across that don't just outright attack me are probably hostile or probably too difficult for me to appropriately take on. Once I get to around level 25, I think that's the point where I'll be fighting enemies that will still be able to not be defeated, but also won't one-shot all my party. So that's the point when I'll change my general approach to how I encounter new enemies. Slowly going through. It is pretty neat how different this place looks compared to what it looks like in the like the general level that it is. It still looks like it's, you know, mild hills. Like, this looks like it could be a deeper lake than it is, but if you look at it's probably like waist height deep water. Because when the rains aren't happening, I think it's about waist high, you know, little slopes and hills. I like the thematic idea of the region, but, you know, doesn't really sell it completely as well as it could. Ooh. Well, when I get to that other town, I'll at least be able to buy new equipment. Wait. I want to go down more, I think. That other direction, I think, goes back to the... I think that other direction goes to the Wester Sand. I don't care about going there right now. I was just there. Oh, and that's like a helper guy. Hey, do you want to go to the other city? I think he's supposed to be one of the Gareth. That's just out wandering by himself. That's one of the funny things about this game, is that there's random friendly NPCs out in the middle of nowhere. Which, you know, at the time I played this, and even now, it makes me think of like the aesthetic of MMOs. It just has you program your party members instead of watching circles or watching cooldown timers. So you spend most of your time that you're actually worrying about battle, optimizing menus and such. Okay, I guess that's not the right way. No, I did not mean to go there. I meant to go here. Okay, so I am still in the right area. I just need to go... I guess I'll follow the right wall, and that'll take me where I need to be. I wonder if those are supposed to be modeled after palm trees. I mean, I guess the things look like baobab. I know that the Australian outback is a desert, but do they ever have like rainy seasons? I wonder. Maybe that's why they modeled some of the trees to look like the Australian plant life. That's one thing that's kind of nice about fantasy or bizarre creature designs, is that there's so much that you can just take from the real world and change only a little bit to make it, you know, appear unique and alien and just weird. Because there's so much stuff in the real world that just seems unbelievable and bizarre that you'd never think of doing on your own. You know what they say of reality being stranger than fiction. There's so many things that happen in the real world that if you came up with it in fiction, that people would think that you're just unrealistically making it up. Like, you know, the difference between the difference between fiction and the real world is that fiction has to be believable. It's constrained by that. Okay. Well, at least the poison is helping me kill it. I think the poison does a pretty fair amount of the damage that I end up dealing to that giant frog. It looks so strange to see the way that they handle the water effect for this. There's like a barely noticeable texture, and then the sky. And the way that the surface of the water interacts with the log that's supposed to be floating on top of it. Even at the time when this was new, I'd never really interpreted this as being water. I always interpreted it as being like, it looks like the sky is down there. Which, you know, if I was walking along a series of holes in the ground that opened up to sky below, I could endorse that kind of a world. Look at this. Could just walk across that. The obstacles that delineate the path you can walk down and the path you can't is really bizarre in this game. It's just one more of the things that make it way more confusing than seeming than it has to be. Yeah, these are planes. I don't remember exactly where I want to go necessarily, but I have a vague idea maybe. Okay, I guess these are enemies I can fight. Oh, and now there's a viper. I guess I ran out there. I'm just running around because your magic points restore based on how much you run around. So one of the things that you do in this game that improves your ability to fight is to purposefully select the party member that runs around, that uses magic the most, like your primary healer or your primary magic attacker, and just run around in circles with them constantly. It also helps if your character uses a ranged weapon. Like I think I made most of my characters use ranged weapons just because of the fact that I could run around as them and be constantly using ranged weaponry and still hit the enemies. Oh, okay. I forgot Van would also revive somebody that's dropped. Okay, this is not an area that I should probably be running around in. Oh man. The enemy is slightly ahead of where my characters are right now. Cure 7? Oh, it only costs Pinello 6 to do curing. Well, I'm out to defeat him now. I guess I should prioritize poisoning large creatures. Because that would have helped a lot. Oh well. Well, that's what happens when I use my lowest level characters and run out to the next area. Wow. And yeah, Pinello is way behind on hit points, so... Well, eventually I'll get past this. Slowly getting to the next character beat. I don't think I want to fight another one of those birds. So maybe I'll just run down here. Maybe I'll try to avoid the birds for now. I don't know if the bird will follow me all the way over here. I guess not. Boy, that thing really likes Pinello. And Van's not casting lore anymore because he keeps running out of magic points. Maybe I should actually prioritize them starting to use the magic potion stuff. I guess it's immune to poison. That's a very strange looking snake hood. Like, I want to say that prioritize the spikiness or the weird two-necked, one-headed loop look. Just having both of them on there doesn't look quite right. I kind of want to go over and look at that thing closer, but the characters don't want to walk down the mild hill to get there. Well, I guess it's a little steeper than a hill at that point, but not all these places have that, like, an impassable drop. But yeah, it looks like it's an airship or something that crashed over there. Seems like it'd be a good thing to fish around in. You know, for scrap and whatnot. But I guess I guess it's supposed to be a long crashed, so whatever useful scrap has probably long since been scavenged from it already. But still, you know, it's nice that for as many airships as there are and how common they are, that there actually is some airship wreckage that's just around. Because that lends a bit of believability to the world that would otherwise be lacking. It's always nice to see that kind of detail. Even if there's no airship that's that tiny, because all the airships are just like massive, you know, skyscraper-sized hunks of metal. Which, you know, nothing wrong with that kind of design aesthetic, but, you know, it's good that they tried. I mean, it'd be good to have a region that's just like a battlefield, like a fantasy battlefield, but like it used to be a plains or something, but because of the wreckage of so many airships just fighting each other, the whole plains is filled with like all these technological ruins and stuff. That would be a neat thing to see, I think. Well, as soon as I get to the next area, I'm gonna give Pinello better equipment. But yeah, it would be nice to see a whole region that's just a series of downed airships. Just mountains of piles of airship debris. Well, eventually Pinello will stop dying. Ah, yes. Time to look in this random pot. Or I guess I decided those aren't pots, those are just the visual representations that people have for bits of treasure that they see on the ground, or bits of valuable stuff they see on the ground. And that goes down into the cave area there. It's like a slope downwards. It's the same cave that attaches to that other region. Wait. Didn't I try to poison the snake earlier and it didn't work? Yeah, saw one of those enemies, and when it tried to cast poison, it said immune. But this one isn't immune? I mean, snakes aren't immune to their own venom. But, like, why would... Like, in the real world, snakes aren't immune to their own venom, so why would a fantasy snake be immune to its own venom? That makes sense, but... Or be immune to poison, rather. Because, you know, in the real world, there's 5,000 different types of poison that are all unique and completely different from each other. But in a fantasy world, poison is just like a basic elemental force where all poisons are the same. You know? And in fantasy worlds, if something uses an element, it tends to be immune to that element. So, you know, trying to cast poison on the snake, I kind of expected the immunity, but still, it's... I'm pretty sure I saw that it was immune, but these ones aren't? Maybe the other snake that, maybe the other snake that was fought was something different. It wasn't a viper, it was something else. I guess that maybe makes sense, but still, it's unexpected. But yeah, like... What is this, anyway? Is this supposed to be wreckage of some kind? I think I always thought of this as being like large canvas that fell onto wherever from above. Like, I think I remember thinking that it was something like a hot air or like airship canvas or sail or something that had fallen to the ground and sort of draped over a hill, but now that I actually like am looking at it and trying to think of what it could be, I think that must not make sense because the spikes are too spiky. I don't know what that could be. I don't know if there's anything that could be that makes sense to me, but maybe there is something that could make sense. Yeah, I'll just manually make her poison one of them. Yeah, the one that hasn't been attacked yet. Or hasn't been damaged yet. Nope, it missed. I think I'll just run. Run, run, run. The lure of treasure. Oops. Okay. Probably what I should do is just have one character that's always in my party. So there'll be somebody that can assuredly stay alive and make sure that the enemies die quickly. Like, if anything, yeah, I think the thing to do that with would be a character that can just assuredly do lots of damage. That way the other characters that have a harder time surviving won't have to be worried about necessarily. But I think most of the problem is the fact that Pinello is badly equipped and I didn't pick the right upgrades. So that is a problem that will go away soon. Woo. Going to talk to random creatures that hopefully know about the magic nukes. Although I don't know why random people that live outside the city that had nothing to do with the magic nukes, I don't know why they would have any knowledge of what they are or how to use them. Hey, it's birds. Wait, why do they want to attack them? I guess I'll let them attack them. I did not realize they wanted to attack the birds. I do like the design of the birds in this one. The way they look, they actually look vicious enough that they could survive. Like their beaks are very vicious looking, and yeah. Van is just gonna steal from that one forever. Not the best of things. Oh, that missed. Well, that was helpful that guy came along. What are those things anyway? Oh, those are on his helmet. Those are the most ridiculous looking helmet horns I think I've ever seen. It looks like somebody's supposed to ride on his shoulders, and those are like the guards that keep their legs in. You know, those are like armrests. Somebody could ride on top of him and on top of his shoulders and rest their arms down. I guess a Moogle could be up there, right? Like you could be like a warrior with a spear running around and have a Moogle that is like a magic user riding on your shoulders, and that'd be a perfectly serviceable combination. Actually, I don't know why you don't see Moogles out in the wild. Because it seems like that getup that he has on would be perfect for it. But you never see that kind of thing. Okay. Hopefully my... Boy, a lot of these enemies just pop out of the ground. I think this is from the day where they couldn't really have grass everywhere. Like, you know, this was originally a PlayStation 2 game, I think. So they couldn't afford a bunch of extra polygons to just have grass absolutely everywhere. So they had to settle with a grass texture and then give you the feeling that creatures are popping out of the grass by just making them appear. It's like Pokemon. Except, you know, not. Like those creatures are hiding. What is that? It's like a concrete barrier. Are those supposed to be like steel girders or something? I guess so. I guess it's supposed to be wreckage. A bit of debris from one of the crashed airships that just fell down and got lodged there, far away from where the rest of the airship got grounded. Well. Oh, I know what I should have done. I should have bought more gambits so I could target enemies' weaknesses. Targets enemies' specific weaknesses. So I think the reason why those Kokobos are easy is because I think they were weak against lightning, but I think they were also weak against ice and something else too. Dark? I don't know. But hey, random tribal people, you know about magic rocks, right? I think I have to do like a fetch quest for them to actually give me the information that I'm here to get them from them for the story. What do you say? No, I don't want to hire one. I thought he would have sold me the map or whatever. Okay, this guy sells me a map. Sure. It's kind of a pointless thing to have, but I may as well. Really expensive. Sure, sell me a map of the city. Why not? I'm gonna have map completion here pretty soon. Well, eventually. Oh. Well, he is a child, so... Some random guy comes up and vouches for me. Well, yeah, I guess. They kind of did trouble me, though. Oh, okay. That's the war chief. I wonder if that means he's the leader? Or if he's only the leader in times of war. Fine. Stupid humans. Supernelu. There's much turmoil amongst the human lands. Why are you here? So that I can learn how to use a super weapon? To use in wars? It's like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's okay with us. Well, you guys could just take off the masks. I guess he acknowledges that masks make it hard to tell them apart. Yeah, this guy's just laying on the creek. Laying beside the creek on a blanket. Relaxing. I think what you needed to do was go through their rituals to become an honorary member of their tribe or something. I won't try to remember what happened in the plot the rest of the time, but yeah. And that guy just implied that another child came by to ask him about it. Which, I guess since there's only one child in the entire world, we know that it has to be the son of the Emperor, the youngest son of the Emperor. Those are nanas. It's a four-legged bird. Oh, so it's a bird cow with a mohawk thing. It looks like it has wool, but I think it's supposed to be just a bird. You know, that creature looks weird, but it doesn't look over-designed. I like that creature. That creature design. And they worship the stones. I guess their religion is about rocks, I guess. I guess that's the thing you do. You make the tribal society know about the magic rocks, because they worship the rocks. Plus it makes the lore more interesting, I guess, if the ancient elders of the library know nothing, but random people living out in the wilderness know all about it. Okay. I'm just reading the random lore they say. I know that most of them don't have much of actual plot significance to tell you. I'm pretty sure one of these, pretty sure one of them will also tell you something that's, there's like a mini quest hunt area, or hunt that you take from this village, I think. So that's mostly why I'm talking to them. I don't know which one will tell you about a side quest. Pebble. I have a single pebble to sell. I like the flavor text of that pebble, where it's just a small pebble that you might actually collect as a child. Because that is something I can probably see somebody picking up. I don't know about selling it, but, you know, if something that's called a pebble has that description, then yeah, I get that. Sufficient power to charge a small airship. Oh, okay. A shield. Oh, it's just a buckler. Yeah, sure, I'll buy that. Golden gear. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember monographs. Yeah, those were items that made drops more common. Like specific types of drops from specific types of enemies, I believe. I think you do side quests and get those. Yes. Okay, so the Great Chief is the leader of the tribe, and the War Chief is just like somebody that goes around in combat. That makes sense. I like the design of this, those outfits that they have, because it looks like a layered sort of leather thing, but it's not like as over-designed and strange looking as a lot of the designs. Like Van's thing looks like a really complicated, like metal-lined ornate patterns, and the other guy's just looks like patterns of dye applied to leather. So yeah. Yep. I'm an important person. Tell him that my ancestors did something important, so he needs to talk to me. What? wasn't the whole point of her getting that was that it like glows when it's near royalty? Oh, okay, so I guess he's gullible. Do you have proof? No, I do not. Oh, well, I believe you anyway. Okay. I don't know why he would have asked for proof then. I guess her monologue of, oh, I'm sad, I don't have proof. I guess that really reached him. Man. They are so attached to their helmets that they have to wear it even when they're playing a game. A game of chess or whatever, or having a picnic. Or like that other guy just lounging in the sun. I guess these people don't really have much to do in their society besides lay around. Actually, what use is it having a war chief in this land that has people with guns and airships that conquer vast stretches of land? I guess they go out on the plains and kill like the giant cobras and stuff, so maybe that's what they mean by war. He seems burly. I guess he does kind of look fit, but I don't know if he looks particularly burly. I guess he has really well developed abs. Yeah, our village is boring. Why are you here? Nah, that guy's playing his game of chess or whatever alone. And those ones are just down there on a plateau of their own that I can't reach. Not because of the fencing in the way, but yeah. Okay. This is an important place. You must be here for an important reason. It's like, oh, thanks. I mean, I guess he told me world building lore, but in terms of being an actual conversation that somebody might have, that didn't seem very much like one. Yeah, just run right on in.
This nethicite, you have used it.
It was not I who used it. Indeed, I had hoped you could show me how. Thus I've come.
You do not know the workings of the stone. Then we are no different.
What?
Yeah, why would that random guy know it?
Past, the gods made a gift of nethicite to my people. But the manner of its use eluded us. Displeased by our failure, the gods took back their stones. They chose instead to give them to a Yum king. Called the Dynast King, he used the nethicite's power to bring peace to a troubled time.
Peace through explosions.
It is a curious thing. Though the blood of King Wraithwolf flow through your veins, you cannot wield nethicite.
Cannot wield it? So then, am I to understand you can't tell me how to use the stone?
Though it shame me so to admit, here before me stands a descendant of the dynast king himself, and I can accord her no help at all. Still, even if you knew how to use the nethicite, you would find it of small avail. The mist collected in the stone over ages past is lost, and with it, the stone's power. It will be your posterity who wield the stone in ages yet to come. This stone is devoid of power, empty, yet full of thirst. A terrible longing to drink the world dry. The power of men and of magic.
So
of good
I can't
and
use
of
it because
evil.
it exploded already.
It is often those who desire
I guess that makes sense.
nethicite whom the nethicite itself desires.
Yeah, it's that kid. I guess there are other kids in the world, it's just he's the only, like, critically story important kid. So if random NPC starts talking about a kid showing up, that's the one to expect.
To Baromi says.
I say we ought leave tomorrow. I was going to wait for my escort to return, but meeting you here has presented a great opportunity. This terrible war can be stopped, but I will need your help to do so.
A war?
You know the Marquis Ondor leads a group of insurgents. Your pardon. He leads a large resistance force against the Empire. Lady Ash, neither of our countries can afford this now. The Rosarian Empire would stir. They would aid the resistance and use this aid as a pretext to declare war on Arcadia. And Arcadia would have no choice but to answer. Lady Ash, let us go to Ber Omases. With the blessing of his grace, the Grand Kiltius Anastasis, you may rightly wear your crown and declare the restoration of the Kingdom of Dalmasca. As Queen, you can call for peace between the Empire and Dalmasca and stop Marquis Ondor.
For peace? How dare you say that? The Empire attacked us, stole all we hold dear, and you would have me save them from war?
Dalmasca would be the battlefield. What if nethicite were used on Rabanasta? You know my brother would do this.
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk.
Forgive me. I presumed overmuch. I could think of no other way to avoid bloodshed. If you cannot trust me, then please, take me as your hostage.
That kid does not seem very bright.
You saw him, didn't you? Like at the king's tomb.
So you did see him too. But why?
It's strange. Before, I didn't even know what you looked like. And the prince? I barely knew there was a prince. Who knows? Maybe the person I saw was my brother.
Bosch told me about him.
He enlisted right at the end. But for what? He knew he couldn't win.
To protect something.
How can he protect anything when he's dead? Was it different for Prince Rastler? Did that make sense? Hating the Empire, getting revenge, it's all I ever thought about. But I never did anything about it. I mean, I realized there was nothing I could do. It made me feel hollow, alone.
Well, he did try to steal from the Empire.
I'd miss my brother.
At the
I'd
start
say
of the
stuff
game,
like,
I mean.
I'm gonna be a sky pirate, or some other stupid thing. Just anything to keep my mind off it. I was running away. I needed to get away from his death. That's why I followed you. You know what? I'm through with it. I'm through running. I'm ready to find my purpose. To find some real answers. Some reasons. If I stick with you, I think I will.
I wish I knew.
I'll find them.
She doesn't know what she's doing. Somebody came to her and said, here's a way how we prevent war from happening, and she's like, I don't think I want to prevent a war.
I will accompany you to Mount Baromises.
Oh, okay.
I had hoped you'd say yes.
She eventually came around.
My heart is not set. I still have questions. I hope to find answers along the way.
I had other reason to invite you. There is someone I'd like you to meet waiting on Baromises.
Who is that?
An enemy, and an ally also. You will just have to wait and see for yourself.
That Larsa likes his secrets.
He does not mean ill by it.
He's not bad. At least for an Imperial.
What makes you think he's not bad? I mean, his immediate family are warmongers and killers. Like, growing up in that environment, you expect you to be trustable.
At the northern end of the Jagd Remuda. Once we're in Jagd, we need not fear pursuit by their airships.
Yeah, you said that the airships couldn't go into the last one.
You remember
Too.
the Leviathan sailed straight over the Yagdiense, right up to Wraithel's tomb.
Oh, hey, the characters actually know.
Skystone
That makes no
works even
sense.
in Jagd. You know, Nethersight's behind it. Little wonder they're so keen on the stuff.
Okay, so that's actually a story
And what is
thing
your after
aspect.
here? You're a welcome hand and a great aid, but why?
Worried I'm out to steal the Nethersight, eh? Can't say I'm unaccustomed to people doubting my intentions. Nothing could be further from my mind. Shall I swear by your sword or some such?
Apologies, but I needed to know where you stand. Her Majesty depends on you, and you seem to have an interest in the stone.
I'm only here to see how the story unfolds. Any self-respecting leading man would do the same.
Okay, so that's good that they're actually somebody finally recognized the fact that the skyships being in that area that they were in is unique or special. I thought it was just a thing that a rule that they set up that they broke for no reason. Like the very first thing that I would think. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you needed to do a side quest for them and then come back here before you got the cutscene. I don't remember the game as well as I thought I did. Okay. That's pretty neat. Okay, so the characters do, somebody at least noticed that the airships were in a spot where they shouldn't be. I actually forgot that they did notice that. So this wasn't as ridiculous nonsense as I thought it was. Yeah. I think I'm going to travel to Mount Baromises on foot, or at least try to. But first I will buy some equipment upgrades. Let's see, Balthier. I already bought his gun upgrade. What armor upgrade could I give him? Oh, okay, there we go. I guess I'll give him that. And then 46. I don't have enough points to buy that, I guess. Going to be right back in a moment. Okay, there we go. Turn on a light and use the restroom. Make her act faster. I want to give her more hit points. No, I guess none of these options are going to give her hit points. I guess I can give her heavy armor at least. I don't know if that's the best thing to give her, considering that ups strength and not hit points. It'd be better to give her light armor. But this gives mystic armor, not light armor. And mystic armor just ups the... But I do have some... It'll almost definitely be... Yep. Well, it reduces my magic attack, but I think I'm gonna take it just to hope that she's more survivable in the future. Okay, let's see about... Oh, cannot be equipped at the shop. Wonder why those can't be equipped at the shop. There's probably a reason. Okay. I have Penelo casting black magic as her main attack, so I'll just worry about these two having whatever their attack is. And he can't equip the golden shield. Yeah, Penelo can't equip shields right now. Okay, I think that's what I want to go with. Okay, so random people living in the desert. They don't know anything about the magic nuke rocks. Although they were somehow able to tell that the rock has recently lost its energy. Which I guess that makes sense, you know. Maybe they're like a super high capacity magical battery, and the super high capacity magical battery recently got its was recently discharged, and that's what caused the nuke. And so they can tell that the battery is low. Because I mean, if you have the ability to use magic or sense energy or whatever, you'd think that you'd be able to tell when that energy is low. Maybe. So I guess it does make a degree of sense. There we go, poison. Yeah, poison all the birds. Yeah. I think out of all the game series, I think this is my favorite depiction of the birds just because they look the most... They look the most like they actually can participate in battle. It seems that half the time the way the birds are designed, they're meant to be cute more than anything. Which I don't think there's nearly nothing else in the world that are designed to look that way. There's like, what, Mughals maybe? Are designed to look that way? And that's it. Mughals if they appear, because they don't always appear in each of the worlds. They're usually in there though, somewhere. I do remember that there was a place, at least if I remember correctly, you do travel quite a distance to get from here to the mountain, because the mountain's over on the right side of this part of the continent, and there's villages on the left side. Although I think in order to get there you have to travel through like a forest area. I can't recall for sure. I don't remember what you find when you go there, so. But yeah, the little kid's worried about there's a rebel group. The rebel group is funded by somebody in a town that, well, there's a rebel group that is rebelling against the Empire that I'm also rebelling against. Basically, they're my rebel group. And the kid is worried that another Empire will use that rebel group to help fight a proxy war or weaken the other Empire. Which I think that's kind of inevitable, considering that an entire fleet of airships just blew up near their borders, near the other Empire's borders. Like, if you have two empires and one of them just had a huge loss right on the border and they fight each other all the time, then, you know, the empire that would have seen that destruction would almost inevitably think that's an opportunity to make some kind of gain. Which I don't see how you could really stop that kind of thing, because empires kind of use any opportunity they can get to fight each other and try to win out over each other. Which I don't see that changing in this world. Because as a small nation stuck between two larger nations, it seems to me that the place that we're from is kind of a little bit in trouble. Regardless. Like, you can certainly make wrong decisions about what to do geopolitically in that situation, but it doesn't seem like there'd be any good decisions to make. Because the whims of your neighbors are gonna have much more impact on you. You know, depending on how powerful they are, the whims of your neighbors are gonna have more impact on what you can do than you yourself. Which, you know, I mean, he didn't even contemplate the notion that this character could just call off the rebels. Like, I guess if Ash just came forward and said she doesn't want to fight this rebellion anymore, I guess the rebellion helper, the rebellion, I guess, funder would still potentially be funding it, even without Ash's support. But they didn't even really contemplate that at all. But you know what? I feel like giving this a lot of credit just based on the fact that they actually did explain the reason why airships were all the way out there in the no-fly zone. But yeah, there's the place I need to go. All the way to the right there. I don't know if I want to go up or down. It looks like down is uncrossable, so I guess I'd go the up route. That's what I wanted to see, if that was if I was on the right track. But yeah. You'd think that somebody would point out that the airships shouldn't have been able to be there. So I kind of still consider that a problem, or the fact that the airships shouldn't have been there. I consider it a problem in the fact that, like, none of the characters thought to mention it Like, hey, this is weird. I thought you said airships aren't supposed to be able to fly out here. That kind of thing. Because somebody should have, you know, pointed that out. The fact that there actually was, that's a plot point that they can fly out there. Like, me actually remembering that story element or plot element, like, I can see that being a thing that could be forgotten easily, but like in terms of writing, if somebody remembers it and none of the characters mention it, like, that's just gonna temporarily make you think that it's badly written. Even if they do have an explanation for it later, you might not necessarily stick around long enough to hear what the explanation is. And then by the time they actually explained it, I could have easily forgotten that earlier seeming contradiction. So like, the fact that it's not explained earlier on, or it's not pointed out when you might notice it, but it's only pointed out later and explained retroactively later, kind of means that you have an opportunity to remember that that part happened with no explanation. I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking of. Hey, Arboreal Frippery. Enjoying hummus and apples. The chaos that's going on right now is I'm in the middle of combat. I don't know if you have ever seen this game before, Arboreal Frippery, but this is a JRPG where all of the characters can be programmed, very simply programmed, to behave in a certain way. And so while this is a turn-based system where I can assign commands anytime I want, for the most part, the commands are meant to be automatically selected from a very basic programming list that you create. Yeah. Yeah, I could see you being unfamiliar with this. But yeah, this is something that is very... It's basically like a turn-based RPG, but... Yeah, it's basically like a turn-based RPG, but not.
Wow, I'm impressed, Vaughn.
I got a good feeling.
An alliance between Dalmasca and the Empire.
Reason tells me 'tis the only course. We must avoid a wasting war with the Empire at all cost.
Oh, yeah, she's totally
I fear I could not
on board
bear
with
the
this.
shame, had I but the strength.
A shame perhaps for me and for you. But for Dalmasca it is hope.
And you can just accept this, can you?
After Vane's ruse, I had abandoned hope for honor. Yet never did I forget my knightly vows. If I could protect but one person from war's horror, then I would bear any shame. I would bear it proudly.
Why doesn't
I
he
couldn't
have
defend
that
my
top
home.
buckled?
What is shame to me?
I'll get to the story in a moment,
People hate the
Arboreal.
Empire. They will not accept this.
There is hope.
Right?
Don't encourage
Hope for a future where we can
Not
join
that bad,
hands
am
I
as
got a
brothers.
good feeling.
Larson, please. This is serious.
I'm sorry. Don't be Larsa. Somebody's got to put him in his place.
Will they ever switch to a different naming scheme? Yeah, that vest looks weird. It's funny to see that guy in serious scenes because he's always standing around with that open vest and it's distracting.
Brought down easily. The entire military waits upon his orders, from the War Council down to the rank and file. What better blade than he to strike down the enemies of the Empire?
Your Honor reminds me of Zect 2 years since. He, too, put his trust in Lord Vane's strength, and what became of him? gone without a trace since Nabudis.
I will not hear you malign Judge Sect. He was a noble warrior. Or do you think his trust in Lord Vayne ill-placed?
Vayne took 2 of his own brothers' lives. He is ruthless beyond contempt.
Ruthless, you say? Would he were more so. He gives traitors no quarter, be they of his own blood. How fitting for one who would bear the burden of empire.
But could we bear him? Zagabath, what of you? Surely you do not believe his brothers were traitors?
So found His Excellency Lord Gramis, you would do well to mind your tongue, Drace. That matter is long past.
Your Honors, a summons. Lord Vayne has arrived at the palace.
We come at once.
Okay. In case you can't tell, this is the
Lord
villain
Larsa has
faction.
left for Baromises. He hopes to enlist the aid of the Grand Kiltius in stopping the insurgents. I doubt this will be enough to deter Ondor, but even a slight hindrance to his operations would be welcome. This will delay the Rosarian invasion, and we will have bought much-needed time to shore up our defenses.
Just as His Excellency had hoped.
No matter the result, I'm pleased with the young lord's progress. I can already see the stunned faces of those mud-witted senators. The fools think a child emperor's strings easy to pull from the shadows. But they will find that Lord Larsa is no puppet.
Yes, the senators would be most pleased with a puppet for an emperor. Recall, Drace, how the Senate fears and despises Lord Vayne's ability. When they realize the truth, that Lord Larsa is no docile lamb to be shepherded, they will bare their teeth and devour him.
You're right. I shall speak on this matter with His Excellency at once. Gabranth, it falls to us to protect Lord Larsa. Are we agreed?
Aye.
Yeah, those helmets are definitely expensive. Although I would not put stairs in that hallway if I was that faction. Because it's only a matter of time till one of them stumbles down the stairs and, you know, breaks their back with all that armor. What's that guy say? Yeah. Well, that's the jungle area I have to go to. Okay, so the story is relatively simple. Although it's kind of convoluted in some ways. Yeah. But I wouldn't say that the villains in this world are well written and multi-dimensional because it's a Final Fantasy game. As a rule, almost, Final Fantasy villains are almost always a I want to kill everybody because the world sucks kind of villain. It's not always true, and to the extent that they're that ridiculous is kind of varies from game to game. And there are just random slopes, but no, the people in this world love their stairs. In fact, they'll build long staircases down so that they can just build more stairs that go up. For no reason. There's places in the world where you go down a long staircase, have a small landing, and then you have stairs that go up, and there's like nothing that the landing connects to other than stairs on both sides. So, you know, they really favor their stairs and their impractical garb. Everyone here, more or less, their garb doesn't look that bad. But yes, expensive engineering. But anyway, as I was saying, basically the story of the game so far is that there are two empires that surround a small kingdom. And one of the empires invaded the kingdom, which is the one that all the main characters belong to. All of these people belong to them, to this small kingdom. And the empire took over the kingdom 2 years ago, and now these characters are setting out to fight against the empire that is occupying their kingdom. And additionally, there are small magical rocks that have the power to blow up massively huge places. Like, they're basically nuke rocks. They have magic power that can just obliterate an entire army. And the story is that the big empire that conquered the kingdom that the characters belong to has a couple of those magic rocks. And I have a third. At one point, the third magic rock, this one, at one point the third magic rock was claimed by one of the people that works in the empire, and it was going to be traded for the freedom of the kingdom that the characters belong to. But when they got the magic rock, they took it to the laboratory in their airship, and whatever they did to it made it explode in a nuke. And it took out an entire airship fleet. And it was the airship fleet that captured our party, but luckily the Empire is also really bad at keeping prisoners, even though we were on an airship. So we just ran away from being prisoners on an airship and escaped. And then because the entire fleet got annihilated by the nuclear explosion, we went back and got the magic rock. Yeah. So anyway, other things happened, but that's the important things. And now, what it is we went with our magic rock to go see the tribal chieftain of a random village out in the middle of nowhere, and to ask him how to use the magic nuke. How to use it to, wield power with it. Because these characters don't know how that magic nuke thing happened. It's not used for anything in the game. Well, it is used for something. You can equip it to a character. And it makes it so you're resistant to magic, but you can't use any magic. So it's basically like a super high capacity battery. So if you hold it, it absorbs all your magic, so you can't have any. Which, it was a mega nuke that went off. But anyway, there's 2 more pieces like this that the Empire has, and they've been studying. And the Empire also made artificial... They also made artificial nuke material that, for some reason, I also have a piece of their artificial material. What? Oh. Well, that's to make... The spelling of magic is like that to make it seem more special. But anyway, this guy Larsa is also the big empire. That is the inheritor to the big empire's throne. Larsa is, and he's on team Free the Kingdom for some reason. I think it's just stated that he likes peace, but as that cutscene said, his current agenda or goal will have the impact of making the proxy war that the 2 empires are going to fight take longer to start. So that's what that cutscene was saying. That his actions will cause the proxy war to be delayed, which will give the empire that I'm enemies with time to rebuild their defenses after their fleet was destroyed. Also, the person that's kind of responsible for the fleet's destruction was somebody that was impatient and ruthless. They were the other potential heir to the throne that they were referring to. And now I'm going to go to this other place. Ah yes, the panther with long whisker tentacles and a giant watermelon on its head. And that's just a panther. That's what a panther looks like in this world. Anyway, this is a jungle that is so thick and dense with overgrowth that you need lights to like see places, see where to go. You think that thing is cute? I don't know about that. It's hard to get a good look at them, but they've got like they've got like barbels on their face. I don't know, they're bizarre looking. Oh. Well, there's another thing. It's pineapple with a face that tries to bite you. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna see if... Nope. Oh, he's asleep. That's why he can't do anything. Maybe the purple is influencing your judgment? Oh yeah. It's probably the purple influencing your judgment. No, only have cure blindness. There we go, golden needle. Get rid of the stone status effect. Those enemies, all they do is, or their impact tends to be using an ability that gives everybody lots of status effects. Everybody's slowed. Well, at least now they're just slowed. And now I'm looking in a fancy urn for a map. But yes, in order to reach the mountain, I have to go through this dense jungle area. This game was designed in the PlayStation 2 era, so the world's visual look is a little bit informed by its appearance. Or it's a little bit informed by that limitation of what they could do graphically. So like, these walls are very, I think they're supposed to be giant tree trunks, maybe, but I'm not sure. Like, maybe the sky is supposed to be blocked out by all this. Well, I am going to make it so character will cure stone. Actually, I don't think... somebody has access to... No, I guess nobody does have access to it. I might as well look at what his behavior is. Yeah, pretty simple. The jungle is a little platformy. I don't know what the bridges are supposed to be. I think maybe it's supposed to be as far down as it is up. Like, this is a massive canyon that goes down hundreds of feet, and there's also hundreds of feet above before the treetops exist. Maybe I will see if I can get Stona. There, I'll do that. Because I only had 5 of the... I only have 5 of these single-use items. Oh, whoops. Okay. Now if anybody is suffering from that, he'll at least sometimes cure it. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's the real basic story. It's like a geopolitical story. There's a lot of details to the plot that are kind of neat to see. Like, something that I only learned in a recent cutscene was that something I thought made no sense actually does make a little bit of sense in retrospect. But it's a thing that, like, at the time that I saw it in the plot, it doesn't make sense. For instance, there's big airships that exist in this world. And at one point, the characters wanted to go to a particular location, but they had to leave the airship somewhere. Oh yeah, this is a spot I can't go, I think. Okay, yeah, that's not the point of the story where I can go there. But there's airships in the world, and I wanted to go to a particular location, but I could not take an airship to get there. And so the characters said that, and they said the reason why they can't go there is because that region of the world is, it's not possible to fly airships there. Well, when you get to the region that they go and step off the airship, they, complete their quest thing. They come out of the quest location, and then they see airships that, like, pick them up there. Airships from the Empire specifically. And not one of the characters mentions the fact that airships aren't supposed to be flying out there at the time. And I guess they are taken prisoner so they have other things on their mind about what's going on. But, like, there are things that are happening that would distract them, but, you know, they don't mention, none of them say that, you know, an airship's not supposed to be flying out here. You know, you'd think one of them would notice that, so I was originally left with the impression that the people who wrote the game forgot that airships aren't supposed to be able to fly out there. But just recently, somebody mentioned the fact that those airships were flying where they're not supposed to. And they said that the reason why they could, well, they didn't state it outright, but they implied the reason why they could is because the Empire is researching these magic stones that they have fragments of. And so they're able to get around a limitation. But, like, most of the characters didn't make that observation. It's only this Balthier guy, who's the tall guy with the gun. The tall guy with the duck icon near him. He made the observation that, oh, that is unusual, but it happened, like, long after the cutscene where the airships were actually out there. But, you know, the game has a lot of nice little lore touches like that in it. I had forgotten completely about that particular one, but, you know, the game has a lot of stuff like that. And I don't know what these barriers are supposed to be. Well, I mean, I sort of do know what they are, but...
What is it?
The jungle denies us our passage. What have we done? We? No. I.
We offended the jungle.
What's that mean? How are we supposed to get through that?
Making an appearance?
Come on, I'm talking over here.
I thought you'd left for good.
Hey!
Our choices are few.
Friend? Balthier!
This is as much for you as it is me.
Oh?
You are ill at ease. The Nethicite troubles you. You've let your eyes betray your heart.
Right.
What are you doing?
Soon you will learn.
By soon, she meant now.
Whoa.
We go to seek aid of the Viera who dwell ahead.
I bet they'll be glad to see you after so long.
I am unwelcome, an unsought guest in their wood.
Yeah, sure they'll be happy to see her.
In the village ahead, you will find her, Mjern. Bring her to me. She will know why you call her.
So there's people that just followed me here. Ah yes, a secret village that exists. Gee, why would anybody ever be mad at her for in this secret village? Why would anybody be mad at this person that just brings random people into this secret village? That seems a little bit weird, right? Yeah. Well, pretty much everybody is a unsought guest. And this is Fan Service City. this is this world's equivalent of elves. I think they're all female and they're all like supermodels that dress in bikinis. It's the most absurd part of the world. And they all just walk around like this all day on their high heels. And this person just casually tells us, hey, go away. And I don't know what these random things are. They look like they're room dividers or something, but you know, they don't actually have any sort of stuff on them. But at least you don't circumnavigate them. You just walk on these giant, impractically designed bridges and stuff. Oh, we aren't supposed to... Well, an awful lot of people are agreeing to talk to me even though I'm there. Hey, Nocturno Violet. The ears are supposed to be natural, yes. It's the Playboy Bunny race. That's what these are. I generally like the game, but like, if there was one aspect I could change, it would be these creatures. I used to think that the worst part was the like flowery dialogue, but you know, it's hard to understand the flowery dialogue at first, especially if you don't aren't used to it and you're kind of half paying attention. You'll like miss most of the plot if you're not thinking about what people are actually saying and doing. But like, you can kind of get used to that. But this, I don't think however long I play the game I ever got used to this, because it's always weird. Yeah, none of these ones. But yeah, none of these are who I want to talk to. I have to go to the very end of the village. Up the giant spiral staircase. Even in the woods, they love their stairs. I don't think any of them sell you things. We're all just wandering through the city.
Hey, Mjorn lives here, doesn't she? We're here to see her.
You will leave at once. It is not allowed for humans to walk on these grounds.
We'll go as soon as we've seen Mjorn.
If you can find her.
We're not leaving until you let us see her. Fine then. We'll look for her ourselves.
Ah.
We're obnoxious and we have weapons. We're not leaving till we get what we want.
I've heard the voice of the wood. She says Mjorn is not in the village. Jote, where has she gone?
Why do you ask? The wood tells us where she has gone. Or can you not hear her? You cannot. Your ears are dull from hearing their harsh speech, I think. Viera who have abandoned the wood are Viera no longer. Mjorn too has left her embrace.
And you forsake them in turn?
It is the will of the village. Viera must live always with the wood. So is the green word, and so is our law.
We'll let you worry about keeping your laws. Just do us a favor and stay out of our way. We'll find her ourselves.
I don't know what's happening.
Our sister has left the wood and gone west. She
Oh,
wanders
okay.
warrens among men who hide themselves in clothes of cold iron. Thus to me has the wood spoken.
The Viera may begin as part of the wood, but the wood is not the only end we may choose.
The same words I heard 50 years ago.
Okay. Okay. That's a random thing to find, I guess. A giant floating jewel. It was like a treasure chest. Well, I'm not really on the grounds of the Viera. I'm on, like, bridges of the Viera. But yeah, I guess that was her magic divination spell that let her know whatever. There's like a gate here that's sealed off. Doesn't seem like a very good gate. Like, I get the feeling that if I really tried, I'd be able to get through here pretty easily. And I guess those corridors in the rest of the forest are supposed to be massive trunks. Because here there's more of a well-lit, cleared area. The large things actually do look like they're trunks. So yeah. Woo! Well, heading back.
Not bad, Vaughn. Didn't think we'd get any information out of that one. So then, what was she saying about men in a warren?
The Henna-Magicite mines. Maybe that's what she meant. They lie in Bangkor, south of the Osmoan Plain. The entire region is a colony of the Arcadian Empire. There would be soldiers.
Is that a problem? Let's move.
Fran,
Yes?
I was wondering what Yote said, you know? About how you said the same thing 50 years ago?
Your point?
How old
You're
were you
old,
again?
aren't you? Yep.
Nice fun.
Surprisingly rude.
Try to grow up, please.
I guess he just is supposed to have not known that. It's an elf. She's like 1,000 years old. Because that's the whole dynamic. They live in the forest, they have long lives, they don't want to leave the forest. Just an elf. Whoops. I'll just sell these and get other gear. Okay, so this is a diversionary side quest. In order to get through the forest, I need to go to the mines. I can't remember where that character went. But evidently, they went to mines of some sort for some reason. Flame shield. Sure, I'll just give him a better gun. Yeah. I don't know what the naming scheme for these guns is. Like, for some reason, they seem partly named after stars, but I don't get it. Beetlejuice, Sirius, Altair, Capella. Like, I don't think Capella is a star, but I think Altair is a star. And I think the naming scheme of them being named after stars. There might be some mythological reference that I don't get. Okay. Okay, time to head out of the forest, because they still don't want to let me pass. Oh hey, it's a whatever. Has tiny straw legs and large arms, and it looks like it's held together with rope or twine or something. Looks very strange. I'm just going to check the world map to make sure that I have the right idea about where I'm going. Okay, so I do need to go back the way that I came. Yeah. Now I go back all the way I came and go to the lower route. Okay. I don't remember the exact layout, but I figure I just follow these. I'll do that. Oh, those weird things with the non-functional wings with holes in them. Stole a demon eyeball. I don't know how you steal that thing. I guess he had a glass eye or something. Essentially. Okay. Bit by bit, I'm getting through more of the story. You'd think for a secret village they'd, like, close off the entrance to it once I left, but they actually don't. For some reason. For the rest of the game, the entry to the secret village remains open. I think at one point, if you progress some subquests, they actually do mention having a couple other of those characters leave to explore the world. Like if you go around and talk to absolutely everybody. That's one of the many side quest things that they end up expanding the lore of the world. Or the, I don't know what you call that. Stuff that, like, doesn't really... Stuff that makes the world seem more like people are living in it. Wow, 3 people leveled up at the same time. But yeah, I don't know what you call that. I don't think that's lore exactly. Like, there's an RPG that I remember seeing the flavor text on a character just talked about how he spent his whole life building a profitable business, but then he gave it to his son, and his son has been slowly destroying it. It's like a one paragraph of text that you got from an NPC that described this guy that just saw his son destroying everything that he built over the course of his own life. And I thought that was kind of funny and unique to actually see a representation of that in a game world. Where, you know, that not really much game lore, because that bit of information on an NPC had nothing to do with the story of the game. It's just something that you could believe that somebody built a business their whole life, and then as soon as they retire and give it to their family to control, their family screws it up. You know. Like, I could see something like that happening. So it adds to some interest. Yeah, give an Imperial a potion. These people don't hate the Imperials. Apparently. Okay. Well, that's convenient because I actually do need a one of them birdies to get there. Oh, I guess I have to talk to him. Yep. Oh, there's a countdown timer for it. And a sprint mechanic? Okay, yeah. I guess I remember that. Luckily, it's really... And here we go. That was quick.
Researchers from the Draclaw laboratory. What were they doing here?
Research.
Thanks for the obvious answer. That is kind of what researchers do, right? Research. That was a really quick cutscene. Yeah. I'm gonna just get some treasure and continue on. Wait. Wow. Wasn't even aware that was a slope that I could not go down. time to go in the mines. Did they pronounce this in the cutscene? Because I can't remember. I want to say henne, like penne pasta, or with an H. And yes, like all mines, it has giant vaulted ceilings with intricate brickwork everywhere. A nicely tiled floor. More stairs, of course. And careful semicircular pathways here. Those are some really ornate entryway structures. And there's lights even. Or is it? There's like a switch or something here. Oh, there it is. I don't remember if... Yeah. I don't remember if you need to push these or not. We're just randomly going around in here. I moved a gate. I don't know what that structure is I'm looking at. If you just had a rope ladder, you'd be able to go to so many more places. But one of the I always like creativity and creative design and such. That's part of why I can tolerate a lot of this, but you know, there's a pretty sharp distinction between over creativity and just enough. And I think that Final Fantasy is one of the few cases I can think of ever happening where they get a little too creative, maybe. Which is nice because most people err way on the other side of things. Like Bosch's open vest garb that he wears is like ridiculous looking for a knight. Like a loyal warrior knight. But like it's also like character designs usually look not nearly this ornate. So it's like a definitive style that is rare to see. Okay, and that's just telling the conceit of how to open and close all the gates in the dungeon. What's this guy say? The mines are not safe. Well, mines rarely are safe. I guess they're just hoping that they can run around in here for a while and accidentally stumble across the person they're looking for. Which the person's been gone 50 years. I noticed they didn't say time for how long the person has been gone. Did they leave like 49 years ago and they've been in this mine ever since? Because if that's the case, I don't think they'll find them. And I'm going on this diversion because woods are sealed off. Like, you'd think that they'd want to try to find an alternate route rather than jump through the hoops to actually go through the barriers that were set up in their way. Lots and lots of bats. I guess that's inevitable if you have such a gigantic passages all over the place in these mines. Of course, I don't really know if these... There's probably some connections up in the ceiling that connect to the surface somewhere. Must be where all the bats come from. Oh, here's one of those gates that completely blocks my path forward, somehow. Like, I guess you could probably reason about that blocking your path forward. Like, if the edges of the gate are all rusty, you want to avoid getting a cut that would give you tetanus. But still, like, if you had just a piece of cloth that you could put around the edge and then crawl through, then it doesn't make the character seem very adventurous if they come across a barrier like that and it deters them. Like, yeah, we're brave warriors, but that's kind of... But you know, a barbed wire fence, like, I don't know if I can go through that. I'd rather fight random giant monsters. I mean, that's still adventurous, but, you know, it's kind of a weird... It's kind of a weird line to draw. Maybe the Empire has so much money that they just decide to give people work of, they just decided to give people work tiling all the mines that they have throughout the kingdom, or throughout their empire, to just give them work to do. Because, you know, if you have a lot of money, you can do that to just, you can do stuff like that to just boost your economy. I mean, it'd be strange to put all that effort into a mine. Like, oh, well, we have a bunch of money, let's put 100 billion into making sure the mines have 40-foot wide hallways with 30-foot high ceilings. Especially since some of these mines are disused. Like, there aren't actually any miners that exist here. The only people that are here are just, I guess, a few researchers and tourists. Kira. But yeah, I guess the fact that all this advanced architecture looks like it's really old probably means that apart from the wooden supports in this more rundown area, all the tiling and fancy stuff, I guess, was made ages ago. I guess that's what it's supposed to be, at least. Yeah, here's that horse with the snakes coming out of its mane. And the mohawk. I don't know what these things are doing in a mine. I mean, not every creature needs to make total sense about why it's here, but is it like teleport here because it's drawn by the ore in the walls or something, maybe? I don't know what's going on with them. There's probably some explanation like that. Maybe at some point I should read some of the lore of creatures in some of the region and try to connect it with how the rest of the world makes sense. 'Cause, I mean, they did spend a lot of time writing all that lore. So, you know. And if I recall correctly, I think I did enjoy reading a lot of that lore the first time I played this. Ages ago. I just don't remember it very well. All three of them leveled up. They're all the same. I'm gonna just look at 8836, 8812, 8913. Yeah. They're all very nearly the same. Okay, well, it seems like maybe I'm progressing through it just randomly. Don't know what made me sneeze just then, but Bone Crusher. Well, I don't know. Oh, I think that's a Technic. I don't remember what it does in this, but I remember a Bone Crusher skill being in Final Fantasy Tactics. It probably does a similar thing in this. Characters don't even... There's nobody else that's even down here. There were just some people collapsed out in the entrance. And I guess somebody was resting against the wall in here, a little ways in. But other than that, it's just been other than that, there's just nothing but bats in here. It's a pretty bad empire if they can't secure the location they send their researchers to. Like, you'd think that the empire doing all this war research for military technology would secure its resources for research into things a little bit better. I don't know if I can fight this. I guess I'll try. Okay. It looks like the kind. It looks to me like the kind of thing that I might have to come fight later. Because, you know, a T-Rex in your way doesn't seem like it's the type of thing that you'd immediately go to after cutting down bats out of the air. But I guess bats and T-Rex are similar threat level in this world. Well, it's good that there's at least some kind of, it's good that there's some kind of, enemy diversity in this. Even if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I guess the T-Rex eats the bats as its a natural meal. Although, it would really be bad for it if it got stuck down here. There's a whole subspecies of T-Rex that just lives in caves and eats bats that wander, that also live in the caves. I wonder if there's fantasy worlds that have their creatures that exist. You know, that exist to be killed. That have like a sensible explanation for why they can exist the way they do. Like, they fight you, and the point of them is to fight you. You know, to provide combat and action, but if they had an existence that didn't require eating to exist, like if they weren't normal life, like that would make a lot more sense. Maybe internally for the world, and it might also be something that would be more creative. I don't know. Oh wow, Van had to be resurrected. I guess this T-Rex is more robust than the other ones, than the other one I fought. He was tougher than the other T-Rex. Okay. Well, it's time for me to well, I don't know where I'm going, but I think I am making progress. I'll look at the map here. Okay. Oh hey, it's a mimic. Or thunderbug, I guess. You just sit next to this other treasure chest, maybe. Nope, that one's also a mimic. Very strange looking mimic. Okay. Well, pretty soon I will be... I guess I can't go that way. No, I can't go that way either. I think I'll turn off the poison, because I'm not sure if it does much of anything for me right now except use magic without actually benefiting me in any way. Okay. I guess this place doesn't have much to get lost or turn around in. For some reason I thought it was more confusing as a level layout. Okay. More bats.
I can't.
Fell down and immediately got revived. Oh, well, almost done there. Woo. For some reason I thought you needed to hit a lot more switches in order to get places in this dungeon. I think I had one that I had the opportunity to hit and I didn't. And the way I came is sealed off. Oh wow. Let's see, what does he have? Just decoy, I guess. Decoy steal. Well, I'll have him attack somebody rather than keep trying to steal from them because their health is full. Okay. I guess, well, I think I just need to have him attack. I guess that one's at full. Trying to figure out what is my best strategy to use right now, because I'm not leveled appropriately to take on a bunch of these jellies. Yeah, I think it might just be to poison as many as I can. I guess the poison at 100% health might work, but I think I'll just do this anyway. just do it manually. Well, 2 of them are poisoned. Okay, now Van will stop queuing up steals. I think that's the important part. And I will give Larsa more magic so he can keep casting cures. If I wasn't almost deliberately hamstringing myself, I wouldn't have to keep stopping it to do this. I'm at least glad I got the good gun. Because I think between Van and Balthier, I think they're doing the bulk of the damage, other than the poison that's I've been slowly trying to give to more of them. I'm just glad that so many of my characters have a lot of defense. This is strange because I don't think I fought any of them up until when I hit that switch. And then how many of them spawned? Like 8? Yeah, looks like 8. Or maybe it was more, because I don't see A or B here. Did I really defeat 2 of them already? I don't know if I did or not. But once I take a couple of them down, I should be able to relax a bit and not worry so much about what I'm actually doing. Oh, okay, one of them split in 2. Oh, and now they're casting poison. That's great. Okay. Oh, there's a jelly bee. No, I'm gonna have Van just attack. What? There we go. Who got dropped? Oh, wow. Well, I'm gonna do that. Actually, I'll make that lower priority than visible enemies. What will I make? had the same situation in the previous... Same situation towards the end of the last time I was playing this. Where I kept having my currently equipped party dropping. Let's see, what can I use? Guess I'll use a potion. Guess I could just try to run. It's very strange to just have this sudden fight that just keeps going. I wonder if the poison just lasts until they die. I guess maybe I'll see if A is not poisoned. A and F aren't poisoned. K isn't poisoned. I guess I have been defeating some of them. Well, I think it's time to use some of these. Hopefully they are susceptible to lightning. Instead of just collecting all this random stuff and never using it, I'll just use a few. Inflict sap and deal damage to all foes in range. Yeah, that seems like a good one. What else is there? Deal heavy damage to one flow. Heavy wind damage. Okay, so that is working at least. Oh wow, that is heavy damage. 1,000. Wow, I'm running out of Phoenix Downs. Maybe this is a fight that you just goes on forever till you run away, because there's 3 more of them now. I think they just keep dividing now, and that's the thing that makes it like this. Let's see if there's any other area attack things that I have. One foe. Yeah, that's just one foe too. Maybe this is just like a thing that you can... Maybe this is just a thing that you can get lots of experience easily. Yep, just have all of them use that. I normally never use these types of items, but that seems to be the it seems to be kind of like my last resort almost. Oh, he's confused, that's why I can't order him to use something. And another one appeared. Yeah, I think maybe they do just keep spawning. Oh. All those people fell down. Oh, right. I guess I'll just put these people in the party. Yeah. Or keep spawning. Okay, so it wasn't my imagination and it was just the enemies keep spawning. That's good to know at least. But hey, at least I sort of did the hard thing. Got really good loot out of that. So you are supposed to just run. Well, let's see. What did... I think Ash had Raise unlocked, but I'm not sure. I think I'm out of Raise items. Unfortunately. Nope. Whoops. I meant to go to this screen. I'm going to eventually be getting, let's see, where is... Where is it? That's Archer. What? Could have sworn the red battle mage had a raise magic spell. Could have sworn that because I thought I saw it earlier and I commented on it. But I don't see it anywhere. Which means I'm pretty much stuck with those three characters now because I don't have any way to resurrect the others. Maybe it's white magic 4. Okay. I guess I will be proceeding on to wherever the next save point is with this party for now. That's kind of funny, but at least I did make it through that. I don't know if I have any does it say on the world map where the save points are? I know it says it if you've been there before and there's a save point, but I don't think I have one of those. Nope. I just go down this hallway and go up that other hallway. Okay. You can get rid of stone. Nope, no ability to cure poison, apparently. Well, this is almost the end of where I wanted to get to. So I think I'll make it to wherever I can get to and then save. Or maybe I won't. Because the way things are going, I don't have any way to resurrect people. I'm in pretty far into a dungeon right now. And I have to go through the whole dungeon to get back to where I was at the start. Let's see. Well, I guess I'll see if I can run to the run to a save point rather than try to fight all this. So I think there is a save point pretty soon up here. At least I won't fight the T-Rexes. The bats maybe are a little less of an obstacle.
Look at the Magicite. These mines much resemble the ones at Lusu. Of course, Draklor must be searching for new sources of ore. Should the
Yeah, that's what
resistance
mines are
forces
for.
move, the rich veins of Magicite and Bougerbe will be forever beyond their grasp.
Is it her? What is this mist? Man.
This
Oh,
stench of
okay.
fumes. This stench of power. What's wrong with her?
Stay away! Power-needy Hume!
Well, they certainly know what they're up to. Okay, there we go. Well, everyone's alive again. I just barely got through that area. And I saved it. So that was pretty close. I should not have stayed there to try to fight those oozes as much as I did. Well, I think I will be quitting for now. And next time I will chase down that Viera and ask her what's up. And then probably ask her how to, if she knows how to use the nuclear stone that can blow up entire fleets of enemy ships. You know, purely for altruistic reasons. Not for, like, power-mad, fanatical destruction reasons. You know, I'm sure she'll be fine with that, right? Anyway, I guess she did get lost in the mine somehow. Maybe she'll explain why she came in there. But I don't really know. Anyway, I'll see everyone later, if anyone's still there. But yeah, and until next time, I've been playing badly through Final Fantasy XII. So, bye.